Hey, what's up, everybody? Intense Sunday vibes. Yeah, so that was just like a sample run through. So I recently got Portal, which is wow, I'm loving this thing. I'm gonna definitely do videos on it a little bit more in depth. Like I literally got it last night, so I don't really know what it's doing, what's happening there, but wow, it's an incredible plugin. I also got Thermal as well. They're a little bit expensive. I'm still a little bit undecided about Thermal because it's a bit crashy on my system. I'm not sure what's happening there, but yeah, I'm definitely going to do videos on these plugins because, wow, they are intense, as Bludge108 is saying, they're intense Sunday vibes. Steels, how you doing? My Logify, how you doing? So, I was watching a guy called Alchemy Neuro. If you guys don't know him, he makes really cool sound design tutorials. He's one of the other major phase plant tutorial people. So if you're into phase plant, definitely check out his channel. Anyway, he mentioned something, or somebody in the chat on his stream mentioned something about a thing called mud pies, which got me thinking. So it's a word that describes these kind of when you create a bunch of weird glitchy sounds and then cherry pick the best parts out of those. It's just a thing that I do quite often when I'm creating my glitchy sounds is I just render out a large mud pie and then cherry pick the best parts. Anyway, he was saying he hates the name mud pie, and I was thinking it doesn't really make much sense because, I thought it was a pretty cool name, but I mean, now that I think about it, I think the name cherry pie would actually be much better. So we should actually coin this thing a cherry pie. Anyway, when you create a big thing and cherry pick the best parts. So what I want to do today is just make a bunch of cherry pies. In the style of D&B. So for those who don't know, I've recently just released my Psytrance music production masterclass. I just realized I haven't actually put links in the description. So let me just do that real quick. Because there's pop-ups saying link in the description, but there is no link in the description. Silly me. Okay, just give me 1 sec, guys. So I recently just released my Psytrance music production masterclass. I've released a video which has details on that. You guys should definitely go check that out if you are interested in it. So links in the description are they're there now. Anyway. So today I want to make a bunch of something different. I'm kind of feeling like I want to explore some more drum and bass. It's been a little while, and I've kind of got a little bit more of a different take on things now. I kind of want to minimalize what I was doing, focus more on kind of singular weird sounds rather than big layers of stuff, if you guys know what I mean. So anyway, that weird sound that you guys were hearing was literally just, it's a sample that I actually got from another YouTuber called Artifacts, who makes also really good drum and bass tutorials. So that was just run through a reverb, then Portal, and then a reverb again. But I also just wanted to create, I also want to look at Thermal a bit, and I'm kind of digging the idea of MPE bass lines. So we'll get into a little bit more about what MPE is and stuff like that a little bit later. But I think it's a really great way of being able to create minimal sounds that are still very moving and compelling, without cluttering the sonic spectrum too much. Do you know what I mean? You don't have to worry about too much layering of basses, because if you just kind of program the way that the MPE system works and stuff, and you just write it nicely, you can get some really, really compelling stuff with very minimal instruments. So that's kind of the idea today, but also cherry pies. So yeah, if you guys have questions, just hit them up in the chat. How you doing, Keith Lane? I'm just going to get going here and experiment. does such a nice like thing when it goes up like that. Like does a synth sound in that territory. Keith Lane, you must have. Hey Fabrice, how you doing? Is this Jazz experimental channel? I wish I could make jazz experimental. I love jazz, but I can't. I think I love it so much because it's one of the things I can't comprehend. I really enjoy things that I struggle to comprehend, like music that it's like that. I guess it's because I teach it. I kind of get interested by stuff that I don't understand because it compels me to try harder to understand it. Does that make sense? Anyway. Random monologues. Keith, what is cherry pie? What is the pie thing about? So I explained it earlier. You must have missed that a little bit. I think Il Gates originally coined the term mud pies for long bits of recorded glitchy sounds or long bits of sound that you kind of record in and then you use like cherry pick your favorite parts out of to use in breaks and that kind of thing. And I use that quite a bit. That technique quite a bit when I'm creating glitchy breaks and stuff for my tracks. And I always use the term cherry picking when I'm getting those best parts. So I figured mud pie doesn't really make much sense. The word we should recoin it as a cherry pie. So anyway, that's the quick explanation. Yes, that's the groove, like cutting it and then letting the thing like glitch out. Okay, so here I want to set up my sidechain, so I'm just putting the compressor in there, but I also want to like actually compress it on its own signal. So I'm just going to use the dynamics for that because I kind of prefer its simplicity. Hey, Saida, how you doing? Hey, Tesla, how you doing? Distressed dolphin sounds. That's, dude, totally the vibe. We're going for D&B, dolphins, and bass. Or bass. That's just thermal on a sine wave. Fucking mental thing. Jeez, okay, so what are we gonna do? Should we figure out like the notes and the progression first? Or should we figure out like which because that such a gnarly sound. Whoa. Let's set up the MPE in Vital. So there's various ways to do this, obviously. I like to just turn the level down and then apply the pressure to the level parameter. And then you've basically got control of each note's kind of like envelope as you draw it in, which is pretty interesting. So close this and then actually go into the MIDI here and let's write something. So let's just enable poly pressure and let's draw in some notes. We were down there. So here, the reason it's not actually sounding is because by default the poly pressure is at 0, so you actually have to draw like an envelope in for it to actually sound. Sax. Maybe we can do like a foghorn type sax type distorted sound. Hey, Gameboy Z, how you doing? Hey, Suffist, how you doing? Glitch, dash step, imagine. Well, I haven't actually done any pitch bending yet. We could. Hey, Jazz, dude. I for some reason I just had a feeling, like I had a sense that like a Cubase question came up and like Jazz, dude, just appears. Like you are like always like whenever somebody asks a question, you just like appear. It's amazing. Thank you. Yeah. It's not new. MPE's been around for a while in Cubase. It's not really MPE in Cubase. It's called note expression. But they've kind of expanded it to work, as far as I know, with MPE devices and stuff. It's a tough one. Like, there's certain things from the way that Ableton and Bitwig do MPE that I wish Cubase had, but then there's stuff that Cubase does MPE that I wish they had. So it's like, you know what I mean? I wish that the MIDI standard had updated itself earlier, so that now it's not like there are several ways of doing one idea. If the standard had allowed for it earlier on, and everyone was on the same page when it had been developed, I think that there would be a more unified way of doing things. But it's kind of like Cubase was trying to do it before MPE was ever a thing, and before MIDI 2.0 was ever a thing. And so the way that they do it is kind of a bit different. It still works, but it's different. You know what I mean? But I wish that there was a more unified way of doing things, like a standard, when it was approached, so that it would kind of just be a little bit more easier to understand across the board. Do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's all the same stuff, like pitch and CC values and that. Game Boy Z, yeah, apparently so. The whole USB dongle thing, they've hinted at it a few times. I personally, don't quote me on this, and this is not a fact or anything. I don't know any inside information. This is just my hypothesis or just my thoughts on the situation. But I suspect it's got something to do with the new Windows 11 built-in DRM system. If you guys don't know about that, there's something built into Windows 11. Can't remember exactly what it's called, but it actually manages digital rights management of programs and software and that kind of thing. So I believe that, it's my, not I don't believe, it's my hypothesis that maybe Cubase is waiting for that to fully work in Windows 11 and stuff before they launch the whole thing without the USB dongle and stuff. Whether it'll be only for users of Windows 11, I don't know. Like I said, it's just my hypothesis, but it's just very kind of convenient timing that Windows 11 has this whole new revolutionary DRM system, as well as the fact that a few companies that rely on hardware DRM are hinting at the fact that they're going to be removing that system soon. So interesting. I believe it's a standardized thing, in fact, that was developed by Intel, and they haven't fully implemented or something because it doesn't fully work with like the AMD stuff, so it's not like in the OSs and stuff, but apparently like they're busy working on the whole thing. I don't know. I'm such a noob with like actual computer science stuff, but I just listen a lot, I guess. And I hear a lot of things, and I hypothesize. Yeah, personally, I don't mind the dongle. You know what I mean? Because I only ever use Cubase in a situation where it's on my computer in my desktop. If I'm going to be playing live, I'll use Bitwig or just play on CDJs or whatever. You know what I mean? So, and that's a USB drive. So the dongle doesn't affect my life all that much, you know? It's your birthday today, Fabrice. Happy birthday. I hope you have an awesome day. Haven't downloaded 11 yet. It's there waiting. I had to buy a USB hub because of the dongle. Do you mean because of the Cubase dongle, or does Windows 11 have a dongle? Wait, I'm confused now. You see, I don't really know. New World Order, by the way. No cracking, no porno. The no cracking thing, it's like... I don't fully agree with certain like DRM systems and stuff, but at the same time, I feel like in a world where people aren't going to be supporting the developers and that kind of thing, it's like at some point there has to be a balance. Do you know what I mean? If we as a society can agree to support the people who are creating the things that we use, then maybe we wouldn't need such harsh DRM systems and stuff. So it's like, it's me as a creator, it's so hard to choose a side. But at the same time, it's like I think it's a very difficult thing to talk about. You know what I mean? So what I want to do is I just want to make a bunch of like these bass loop things, but I can just like, let's just name them. Okay, I'll just go through a bunch of these presets and we can just name them. So this will be called Thick Fold. It's one thing I haven't figured out how like to fully do it correctly to get sidechain sources to render correctly. You guys know what I mean? Because now you got to add the sidechain again. That's a little bit annoying, but hey, whatever. Oh, I'm doing this off screen, I just realized. Yeah, Keith Lane. It's a very difficult thing because in some cases, like people who use or who maybe can't afford like the real deal start on cracked software and they learn it and then they teach other people and all sorts of things. So on one hand, I do believe that like sharing helps to build knowledge. It helps for culture to kind of like grow. You know what I mean? And for society to like get more intelligent is the sharing of knowledge. But I think too many people actually take advantage of it, you know? Too many people become successful but still use cracked software and that kind of thing. And some people still make money using cracked software and stuff like that. So it's such a difficult thing to talk about. Do you know what I mean? Because, yeah, like myself, I believe that the sharing of information and technology and knowledge is the way forward. But it's also a choice. You know, plenty of companies do put all of their stuff out for open source. You know what I mean? Thank God that something like open source exists. And for me, that's like the last, what's the word? Like, it's like, kind of hope for the future. You know, the fact that like, yeah, on one hand, there are these people that protect their information and that kind of thing. But then there are the people that open source all their stuff that society can learn from, build on, etc., etc., etc. So eventually we'll get to a point where the open source stuff is so developed and so advanced that there will be no need to protect antiquated technology, you know. But we're at this kind of like balancing point now because I think not enough people are supporting the people who are creating the open source stuff. And you know, I could sit and stream and just rant about this for like days. There's great documentaries about this kind of thing. In fact, this is a different thing because I mean it's kind of like completely on the opposite, but it's still a very good documentary you guys should check out if you are interested in like digital rights management and licensing and creativity. Is a documentary called R.I.P. A Remix Manifesto. It's absolutely mind-blowing. But anyway, back to the music. What should we do? Should we synthesize some developers steal off each other. I do not condone this. If again, it's like it's a choice thing, you know. If the developer puts their information out there and somebody else uses it, it just helps society get better because then somebody else will see it and build on it, and it'll get better and better and better, you know. But then there are also the other people that take advantage of it, like the people that take a design, build on it, don't put that design out for open source and monetize the designs and stuff like that. There are a lot of companies that do that. Again, it's hard to pick sides because either side will burn me as a creative person. Do you know what I mean? So like, I just think that society needs to come to a point where there is a balance, and we don't need to pick sides. Do you know what I mean? Because people just, but it's hard because I don't think it'll ever get to that point. Oh well. Beats. Oh yeah, the question that I was posing to you guys: should we experiment more with different bass sounds? Look through some of these thermal presets. Should we synthesize some interesting hi-hatty type loop typey thingies? I'm kind of feeling like a sound designy synthy thing. Maybe, you know what? I need to run to the bathroom real quick. That coffee went straight through me. So let me put up a poll, and then you guys can choose what we're going to do. And I want to run to the bathroom, and then we'll jump into it. So what are we going to do? Bass. Synthesize percussions. Cool. Put your votes in, peeps. Let me loop this, and then I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh, it's neck and neck. Synthesized percussion's cool. We'll get to the bass, guys. Don't worry. We'll get to the bass just now. Let me just disable this track just to save CPU usage. The thermal and portal are quite brutal on the CPU, I won't lie. Let's do some phase plant, my guys. Been a while. Kind of been holding off a little bit on the phase plant because I know that things are coming soon. I'm kind of like, I've got so many ideas with the things that are going to come in 2.0 that like I don't want to like kind of end up doing too much and then kind of like losing gas or whatever it is when I do jump into it. Guys, let's not talk too much about who's cracking what. Because yeah, it can go into conversations that can lead to bad things. Anyway, let's do weird FM percussion. Because, yeah, this is something that I really like to do with, like, synthesizers that allow you to, like, stack FMs and that kind of thing. What we're going to do is let's just tune it so that we do have, like, a fundamental pitch that's kind of, like, in tune to the track, just in case we are going to get a little bit less noisy. And then I just want to populate this MIDI clip with 16ths. What we can do also, we'll play with the velocities and things a little bit later. Here, let's dive into phase plant. So the idea is to stack the FM to a point where it's creating noise. And how you do that is like FMing stuff and then FMing stuff to stuff. High tech. And now the trick to get really weird sounds is to envelope all these other... So like this is the carrier oscillator, the one that's actually outputting noise. These are all the modulator oscillators. So the trick is to modulate all of these with different very, very quick envelopes. So let's first turn all the levels down. So essentially now what we're hearing is just the fundamental tone output. Right, are you guys following? So now if we modulate these levels with very quick envelopes, you get the noise at the beginning and then it kind of like fades out to the fundamental tone. And it's all about like just creating these kind of like unique envelopes to kind of like create different percussive sounds, I guess. How cool is that, eh? reverb. Oh wait. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you guys something. So fucking sick. Which is kind of like reverbs, but yeah, for processing drum stuff. Woo. So, one of my new favorite ways of processing like synthesized drum sounds to get like really like lively like tones, so it sounds like it's real drums, like, is to use stacks of convolver inside multipass. So what you're doing essentially is like taking a particular frequency range and like applying a convolution to that frequency range to like make it sound like it's in a particular space or something like that. But this does completely chow your CPU. So I suggest doing it on a channel which you plan to like render out, you know. I think on the very top, I just want to put a traditional reverb just to give it some splash. I'm actually going to render it out with these bits in. I can just cut out the audio. That's probably the best play in this situation, I think. Render. Let's see. Alpha 156C. I like it before it started. I was the first. Thank you, man. Thank you. I totally appreciate that, man. Yo, did you comment the thing about, was it you that commented the thing about the Simon Posford thing? Thank you, man. That really made my day. Was it yesterday or today? I do read all my comments. Sometimes like I don't respond because like time and stuff, but like I do read all my comments and I try to like at least part them. And that one did make my day, dude. Thanks. If it was you. Oh yeah, I think I forgot to mention something, guys. So you guys should check out this pack. Halloween pads for Vital. You guys should totally check this out. Adrenochrome. Just search that. Literally go check it out. It's a free pack for Psytrance pads for Vital. Go grab it. I'll do more on it in a future video. I just haven't had a chance to actually download it. Where should we go with this? Should we start to think of like maybe like chords, pads, and an intro kind of thing? Start piecing it together like sensibly? Or should we continue more on weird sound designy things on that whole journey? Should we get lost in that whole rabbit hole? Kind of thinking like context does help a lot. You know what I mean? So it'd be cool to have maybe like an intro and a drop. I completely suck at making drops, obviously, because I come from Psytrance. Drops aren't really, I mean, they are a thing, but it's a different thing to a lot of the other electronic genres, you know what I mean? Maybe we can look at chords. Like, so we have like a melodic, like something that sounds like it's very musical, and then it just drops into something completely like minimal and distorted, like this. I think could be cool. And very, very little use of musical stuff here, but very like lots of chords and things here. I think that could be cool. Like the contrast, I think could help to fake the fact that I'm not so good at drops. Do you know what I mean? So, what should we do? I'm going to go into Hive. Actually, just the presets in Hive for pads are incredible. And we can start looking for chords. Done, bro. First one. I kind of like this one. Just like we can still process it if we want to like add movements and things. Yeah, that's the vibe. So we have like a very so it sounds like it's all major key and oh yeah, this is sick, and then we're like all happy vibes, and then drop minimal, dark, distorted noise. Cider. So often reverbs and often processing introduces low end into the chain. So if we like remove this, you'll see on the frequency response graph here that some low end comes through. Reverbs and stuff are synonymous with adding stuff. Clippers add low end and that kind of thing. So having a low cut pre and a low cut post is a nice way of being able to control the sound in as well as control the sound out. So often, especially with reverbs, like I said, they often tend to add like extra low end and stuff because of the way that they simulate like a boomy room or whatever. But often if you send too much low end into it, it sounds muddy anyway. So whenever I'm using a reverb on a sound, I'll always low cut in, but then also low cut out because it does add a bit of extra. Does that make sense? So the in is more of a way of cleaning up the sound of the reverb itself, and the out is more of a way to kind of like mix it in with the rest of the track. Oh, so yeah, I always forget you're a Logic user, so maybe you don't understand certain things about how the interface works. So all this stuff is pre. The high cut, low cut, gain, phase is pre this stuff. Up till this line here is post. So this EQ here is at basically this line. That makes sense. Well, the fader and the EQ and stuff is at this line. So all of this stuff, high cut, low cut, gain, is pre. All of these EQs are post these effects at this green line. So if you put effects here, it's actually post this EQ. It's a little bit confusing, but if you know the interface, I always forget to tell people that because I'm kind of just so used to it, I guess. I think we need a transition before introducing these sounds. I don't know about this. Hey, little Davis, how you doing? Yeah, it kind of works. Maybe we could do like a very distorted drum roll. Maybe not even drums, just like clinky clanky sounds that are distorted. Hey, Artifacts, how are you doing? Check this. Like, all the drums are from you. This, like, atmospheric type thing. One of your samples that I've just, like, completely mangled. Oh, you found something in Serum. Oh, that's interesting. I'm keen to check that out then. He already fixed it. Oh, damn. So you got to like make use of it quickly before you install the update. kind of like the wonky one, but I think we can kind of like play with the envelope and the decay on the envelope a little bit to kind of get more of a percussive feel, I think, with this. The time signature is 4/4. Can you believe it? 174 BPMs, 4/4. Where did that lead go? Completely out the window. It's a percussion now. We're just going to render this and chop it up. It's a percussion now. That's the track name, Android Intercourse. I know it took forever to make it, but I don't like it. I think that's the thing about being a producer is like you got to learn when to kill the thing that you've spent hours making and just not use it. Do you know what I mean? So this is a tutorial on how not to make the sound. Let's try again. Maybe we should just try stick to something a little bit less weird. Like try stick to the more normal, like just the lead. You know what I mean? But then work on like processing it in context a bit better, I think. I gotta be right back. I'll be back in a moment. Let me just listen to see if this is worthy to even loop for you guys. Oh, thanks, Artifacts. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's the thing, is like I never actually, it's something I figured out with Cubase. When you disable something, when you disable the track, it leaves it there. It just removes everything from the CPU and stuff. So I never actually remove anything. I guess it's not good practice. You should actually remove stuff because it helps to progress quicker. But at the same time, to go back to learn like what you did wrong is always a good thing. So I never actually remove stuff. I leave it there in case it might work in another context. I can come back and render it out or something like that, you know. But thanks, yeah, that transition. I'm really into, like, I'm trying to create more of like a contrast here with like a musical intro, more of like a minimal type of thing. That's why I think this thing didn't quite work, because it's starting to steer away from the kind of minimal thing that I'm trying to go for here. I'm trying to work more on like the tone of the bass. So maybe we should actually just go back to, like, I actually did the poll earlier. Should we work on bass or should we work on percussions? And then I kind of got carried away a bit. So maybe we should just go back a bit and like focus on creating a couple of different like bass variations. And I think from there we can get a bit of context as to where we can take the track in terms of the arrangement and stuff, you know. Some Cytron style leads and bass, you're the man to fuse the genres. It's a weird thing, Gundog Slim, because like it's a bit of a curse actually. Like every time I try and make another genre, people are like, oh, it doesn't sound like that genre. It just sounds like Cytrons at X BPM or whatever. So I'm trying to completely break away from any influence that I have from creating Cytrons when I'm doing this kind of thing. Of course, it would be nice to kind of fuse the genres, but I think the kind of fundamentals of the genres are so different that it would be quite difficult to kind of pull off. You know, there's a lot of stuff in Psytrance which is a little bit like tongue-in-cheek and a little bit jokey, whereas with this kind of thing, it's a lot more minimal, focused, serious. Well, at least that's kind of my take on it, you know what I mean? So, for example, like, we couldn't just slam a Dalai Lama synth in here. You know, we could maybe do like a 303, like quick stabs and stuff, but like something like a Dalai Lama just like wouldn't work, you know what I mean? Or would it? Should we see? No, I'm joking. Yeah, I don't really know like the subgenres and stuff too well. But I mean, like, when I say minimal, I mean like more bass orientated. So like in the past, like a lot of my attempts at drum and bass have been very focused on layering leads and kind of like that kind of thing. Now I think that's kind of still the one thing that's kind of like kept me still a little bit in the kind of Psytrance side of things, is trying to work on the layering. Now I think like my focus with this is to work on individual sounds and piece the whole thing together. So like, for example, the bass, it doesn't sound very like minimal, but the track itself is like quite minimal for what I'm used to, you know what I mean? Wait, let me see. This is facts. Make a good sub-heavy patch first, then like a low womp bass or something, then makes a nice sub groove with that to work with the bass, then try layering after with a shot. Yeah, so like what I did is I actually recently got Thermal and Portal. So what I was doing is just playing with just raw sine wave and playing with the different patches on Thermal, and holy shit, it's like, it's just Thermal alone is like an entire bass patch on just raw sine waves and stuff. So that's how I made this. So I was thinking what I want to do is just create like a couple of variations here. Just enable the track again, and just flip through a couple of the other Thermal presets. Maybe change some of the notes and stuff. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Maybe I should, Maybe I should focus less on trying to create like a lead. Focus more on like a rhythmic thing between the kick and the bass. Do you know what I mean? Cool, Cider. Thanks for tuning in, as always. Hope you have an awesome day further. Oh, that's nice. That's quite nice and minimal. Hey, Tesla, at this point, I'm only just going through the factory presets. I haven't even made any of my own yet. I literally just got the thing last night. I love Sidetrance, I like D&B, always trying to somehow combine these two styles, but it's really hard. Sidetrance with breakbeats, that would be my dream come true. Yeah, it is very difficult. I think what could be a good idea is in a psytrance break, use sounds that are inspired by drum and bass. I think the other way around to use, I think that could work, and you do hear it quite a bit, like bass sounds and stuff in breaks. But I think the other way around, I think, would be a bit more difficult because of the fact that, like, the more I'm like learning about drum and bass and stuff, the more I'm figuring out it is a lot more like minimal. You know, you focus more on particular sounds as opposed to a massive like mix of layers and layers and layers. You know, but yeah, try like in like a break or something, do just like a sine wave with crazy distortion patches and stuff, and then just bounce bits out and create a breakbeat out of that. And that way you're kind of getting a similar sound, like a tone, and like kind of injecting that into like a break of a psytrance track or something. I think that could work. Because also the thing with psytrance is the tracks are long, so you have the ability to kind of like put in bits from all sorts of things to kind of take you on a sonic journey. Whereas again, like I think in terms of the arrangement, from what I've noticed with drum and bass, is the tracks are a lot shorter. So you focus, so you don't have time for these weird breaks in like different genres and that kind of stuff. Maybe like a halftime break of a few bars and stuff. Fucking yes, man. Mr. Silu, hello all. It seems that I'm late to the party. Anyway, Dash just bought the Masterclass, and wow, the shitload of info is staggering. Haha. Yeah, man. Thank you for the support, firstly. And yes, it is a lot of information. Like a lot of the, some of the people have actually said that it is like 9+ hours of video. They've had to watch it like over and over again because it's like a lot of condensed information. So, yeah, hopefully it takes you from A to Z in your journey. Don't forget to read the PDF as well. There's like a little PDF thing that's going to definitely help to like quicken the process of like how to like take in some of the information and stuff, if you know what I mean. That does some shit to the stereo. That is beautiful. Okay, guys. Let's just be real for a sec. Like, I know thermal is expensive, but holy shit. Just for the presets alone, this is crazy. It's really, this is really, really good. Like, wow, it's really, really good. I don't know, like, you could probably do all of this stuff in Snap Heap and Multipass, etc. But these presets, oh my gosh, they are so good. This, just keep in mind, just remember, guys, this is on raw sine waves. I'm going to show you this patch, dude. Show you this patch. In Vital. Basic shape sine wave. The only like modulation is happening with the pressure from like from the MPE. No processing, nothing. Just basic shape sine wave. All that stuff you are hearing is coming from just the different presets in this. Oh my gosh, so good. Aladdin had died. It does feel a bit like a cheat code, eh? Well, Portal, yeah, I haven't even got into that. I bought Portal as well. So this is thermal. I think they're actually similar ideas, but thermal is more distortion orientated, where I think Portal is just granular. I'm not sure how many other effects. It's not a multi-effect thing, is it? Like I'm at the point where I'm just going through the presets and stuff because it feels like cheat code. What's up? I'm good, by the way. How are you doing? That nasty click. We need to fix that. Okay, so we could just enable the sidechain trigger. What? That is so sick. It's got, like edges. Yeah, let's try some of these out in context, I think. Just listening to it on solo doesn't really help. Yannick1 or Yannickai J4N1K1. From which pack are the kick and snare? I don't find them on Splice. Funny you mentioned the kick and snare. Those were actually handcrafted by the guy 3 chat messages above you, Artifacts. So how I got those is I subbed to his Patreon and just downloaded all the nice little things he has there. He's got like some awesome wavetables. Some of the best kick and snare samples I've heard for this type of drum and bass that are just easily accessible. I don't know, like I haven't really got so much into Splice. But the cool thing is that they're just processed perfectly and tuned, and it's just like, psh, okay, the track's in F, put the F kick, done. You know what I mean? There's literally no processing on it. So like for me, I think it's so powerful having things like that. Because like obviously I love processing sounds. I love creating my own sounds. But sometimes I just want to dive in and get wild with like bass. And I don't want to focus too much on the crafting a kick drum from scratch and crafting a snare from scratch and then processing the thing and stuff. So it's nice to just have stuff, chuck it in, and then you can create that context later. Like use it as a placeholder or whatever. So a full kick and snare pack. Haha, yes, man. So like I was mentioning, I think somebody actually answered my question earlier that I was saying about the whole rendering with the sidechain thing. It's a bit of a love-hate thing because in examples like this, where I'm just creating weird sounds, I don't know how I'm going to use it in context. I might not want the sidechain rendered onto it. Do you know what I mean? So sometimes it's a good thing where it doesn't like lock you in. And a sidechain is a very easy thing to set up if you've got like a master sidechain trigger channel, do you know? See, like, we might decide now we want to shift it. You know, we don't necessarily want this, like, on the beat. And now if the sidechain was actually rendered in there, you know, it would completely fuck up, like, what we want to do now, you know? Okay, but let's save that for later because that is nice. That is nice. We can use that in so many different ways. Just that hit, that first, yes, that is awesome. Okay, but let's check out some of the other ones, render those out, and then we can, you know, chop and change, use some as effects or whatever. but wait. I want more random things. So this is nice as like a main thing. So let's render this out. We can kind of put it to the side. And then I want to go back into those feedback effects. There was some really nice weird things happening there with some of those presets. Got a nice ringy mid-range to it that we could use as like an extra layer maybe. Flute. A flute. Dude. What kind of blasphemy is this? It has to be a duduk or nothing. Sorry, man. You actually make me feel like Tina. Oh my gosh, dude, my kettle broke, and I keep forgetting. Every time I go to the shop, I keep forgetting to fucking get a new kettle. But I usually drink coffee, actually. So, like, I got a coffee machine, so I don't really need a kettle. But then, like, sometimes I've had too much coffee in a day, and then I just need some tea. Now is one of those moments. Okay, I think we got enough stuff after that. Tea all the way. I go through stages where I cut down on the coffee and then I just drink tea and stuff. But like, now it's not one of those stages. Oh shit. is kind of cool. Like, I like the fact that those like bass, the way that we've kind of like chopped and sequenced that bass is kind of like, are you going to freestyle rap over this track? XNet PC, bro. I wish I could rap. I wish I could rap. Feel free to record yourself while you're listening to this. Rap yourself something. Send it to my email address and I'll wham it in here. If anybody's listening that can freestyle rap, if it works, we can check it out. Just like let me know in the chat when it's there. But don't send me like samples and stuff because I can't use those. I can't like, you know what I mean, licensing and all that. Okay, so it's kind of giving me like a kind of like lead thing, but I'm gonna BRB, and then we can create some sort of lead, something. Maybe we can do like a simple-ish Reese kind of sound, and then we can just go through some of those thermal presets as well. Maybe we can put in a duduk with some thermal on it. Okay, so what I'm going to actually do here is we can remove this part. Can we? Yes. And we can loop this over and over again so it doesn't get too boring. Well, I guess it's the same thing looped, so anyway, I'll be back. Hey, sorry to make you guys wait so long. Had to do some shit real quick. So lead, I reckon we should put in a lead. Have I added a vital yet? This is doing something. Yeah, this weird thing that I didn't like. Let's just can that. I'm going to save the preset. It could work in context. Let's actually, well, it could work in context. Let's just initialize. I was trying to get like a nice unison thing, but then got a bit carried away. So we can maybe just go down that road again, like try get a nice basic Reese sound. Cowbell sample into face plant. Hey, why not, bro? Why not? Why not even cowbell sample into as an FM source? Hey? Actually, want to hear what thermal sounds like on this. Kind of like that one. Maybe we should cut the lows before. Okay, I don't know what melody we're gonna write, but it has to have this here in this part. Like, that's nice. It kind of works nice with that groove of the bass, I think. You guys ready? EQ and yeah, I'll get to the mixing like later and stuff. I'm kind of just, at that process where you just kind of throw shit at the wall, and when stuff sticks, you start to mix it. Yeah, man, that is actually the best way to work. That is, in my opinion, just making a bunch of presets so that you can just, when the creativity strikes, you just boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's kind of why I think I like this thermal so much. It's like so many of the presets are actually good and usable. It's kind of like, you know, when you're creating presets and you're making your own banks and stuff, you like, the reason it's so cool is you can kind of just call on any of them and you know they all work in the context of your tracks because you've kind of made them. So that's actually the power move, is to just make a bunch of presets in any context, and then you can just, when the creativity strikes, you just throw shit at the wall, man. Yo, maybe we should actually check out some Portal. Okay, then. What even was the sound before we put this on? This is now like a vocal chop thing. Whoa. Cushman Rhythms, have you tried Yuhi Zebra? Maybe something for you. Long ago. I'm kind of waiting for Zebra 3. I know like so many people are. Because, like, yeah. I don't want to get too deep into something new, because there's other stuff that I'm kind of focusing on right now. Zebra is good. But it's very deep, you know, and I've got a lot of those deep synths. And I think when Zebra 3 comes out, it'll be like, okay, it's time to like dive into something new, you know. That like vocally thing, that is perfection, but I just want that little piece, none of the other stuff. Yeah, dude, Zebra 3 release date, the same time as Half-Life 3. Dude, this is the intro maker. It's like make any intro out of anything. A bit of extra reverb on here, maybe some EQ to like cut out some of that lows, but you take anything and just make an intro. Oh, do you know this one? part sound is right at the end of the intro. It makes that part sound really good. Thanks, man. It's just like a duplicate of the bass, but then I think there's no sidechain triggers, so it's like the full. It's like the bass without the sidechain, like the end of the loop. But now that you mentioned it, I've actually changed it, so it was like how it was originally, but then I've like removed that part in the actual section. I think it's just something like this, which is just like a sine wave, which I think had like a pitch shift or something, MPE thing, and then thermal. Render these out as like individual sections so we can use them with the actual reverb tail, so they don't like transition into each other. We can still chop that and move them closer, but I think I want to actually retain the reverb tail in case we decide to like break it or change the arrangement or something later on down the line. Hey, Greedo Kenobi, how are you doing? Yeah, absolutely, man. Great call. I completely forgot we were going to Cowbell FM. Maybe we should swap this for a phase plant. Lil Davis, if you're still here, I'm sorry, I forgot about the Cowbell FM. that's actually sick. That's actually sick. Oh. So here, like I'm sending this a little bit of the actual cowbell sample itself out to lane 1, putting some reverb on it, and then reverser to create a bit of that granular croakiness that you're hearing there. That's really cool. So it's like we're using the cowbell as a source sound as well as a FM source. Haha. Natural instinct. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, so like as I went to grab water, I was just thinking, like listening to it in context. I thought the intro we could do like weird sound effecty things using the sound and kind of build up to it and then break and then just have da 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 and then come in with the kick and bass or the beat and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because I like in the beginning of a track, So like we have the full melody that's made up of those two motifs. The first one, which is like the more notes, and then the second one, which is a different motif. So like I like splitting that up and just hinting at one of them, like in the intro or something like that. So that when the full thing comes in, it's like, okay, it's like resolution to the whole like picture. Does that make sense? So I usually like build a full melody and then cut it into pieces to use like to arrange it, if you know what I mean. But I think here what I actually want to do is use the portal to create like weird sound effecty things that we can kind of use in the intro there, you know. My Logify Dash, what is your favorite metal band? Yes, such a tough question, hey? I love Tool, but like I know it's probably sacrilege to say this, but like I kind of prefer a Perfect Circle a little bit more because they just like, as much as like Tool is like really good, sometimes it's a little bit too mathematical. So like for me, Perfect Circle, I guess it's not like metal, that's more like rock. But I also like the more technical stuff like Animals as Leaders, because like, again, for me, it's like hard to work out stuff, and it kind of like inspires me to try things in music that are like unconventional and stuff like that. So what was another band I heard recently that was really good? I'm so bad with names though, to be honest. the interface is also just so cool, like staring at it. Eh? I know it's such a small thing, but like interface is everything for me. Like the playability of an interface and like how easy it is to read the things, and like they really went all out. Like for me, like you get plugins that are expensive, but then the interface is a train wreck, and that's just like, come on. So they've obviously like paid a really pro designer to like come up with something very usable here. And I think for me, that's like, I don't mind paying for something which comes with like really good presets, even though, I mean, you can do it with like any other thing. It's like, it's just so well thought out and so playable and just so easy to just like, you know, anyway. Oh, that's the one. Artifacts, do you watch White Sea Studio? Did you see his latest video? It's like, when I look at this plugin, it's like it reminded me exactly of that video and his reaction. Or even that little clinkle is really nice. For the record, no, well, dude, the thing is, you can flame a company and put a YouTube video out. People will go and buy that just to like check it out themselves. So like, good publicity is publicity, good or bad. Do you know what I mean? And to be fair, the thing didn't sound half bad. Like it sounded good. Like, so there are people that are out there that'll be like, oh, I like that sound, and they'll buy it regardless of how much of a train wreck the interface is. there is a plugin. I can't remember what it's called now. Let me find it. It's actually really, really good. But I guess for you Ableton guys, it's not such a problem because you can make a little audio rack and just switch between. But it's a bit annoying to have to bypass a bunch of plugins. You can't just do it with like one switch. But there's this plugin called Gain Match. I think it's free. So what you do is you put 2 instances of it. You set the one to like pre and the one to post, or before and the one to after. And then this one, let's set to after. And then you set it to auto. So, but it waits for audio to come through, so it doesn't like do all the calculations and stuff, but it's still a very handy thing, you know? Tonight doing a sound design session, making patches, even though my throat is still killing me. Dude, doing it for the love, man. Obviously, extreme examples. We're not even going to use this here. Sorry if that was a bit loud. I think we need like maybe a snare build-up thing here, and maybe a riser as well. Yeah, exactly. It's an inconvenience, you know what I mean? It's like, it's if if people can program a plugin like that that's free, that has the technology in it, surely the plugin developers could just put it in, especially the ones who are going to charge €200. You know what I mean? Yeah, I bet Portal can do some crazy riser type things. You know what? Actually, the CPU is probably going to go wild here. So let me take it off the other channel because we're not using it there and just pop it on. Snare riser things could be really cool with this granular type stuff. I think we could do some interesting stuff here with Portal on the snare thing. That is sick. I like that. Yeah, man, I'm keen to check that out. I'm probably going to call it a day soonish. Probably just make some risers, more of these sound effects, a couple more minutes. If anybody's got any questions or anything like that, let me know. Yeah, so probably just go for a couple more minutes and then call it a day. And then I will probably be tuning into Artifacts when he does his stream. Or he's taking notes. kind of want to layer that other one on top of this one to like smear it off at the end. I think that could be really cool. And then maybe some filter, maybe filter in between. "8 p.m. Amsterdam time." What is Amsterdam time? I think it's the same as me. Is it, bro, is it 4:20? Is it 4:20 in Amsterdam right now? 4:20:69 stream. Fridge is getting empty. Dude, tell me about it. I know that feeling. The weather has been super strange here as well. It'll be like really hot, and then suddenly out of nowhere, thunderstorm, and then like really hot again. Like so hot to the point where it's like walking is like it's shit because it's so hot, and then it's like thunderstorm, so walking is shit because it's raining so hard. So it's like. Yeah, I do. I need to go for a dog walk and a dog feed. That's why I got to call it a day soonish. But it's near riser time. You know, it could be cool is like a distorted Reese thing here, doing just the first little hook of this with like some processing, so it's like warpy, and then it comes in with like the clean lead. You know what I mean? I think that could be cool. Vital. Just this, and then I'm calling it, guys. Do I have a Vital Reese thing? Is this? This the nice Reese thing that I made earlier? Yeah, but we can maybe turn off. Is that nice? I don't even know. Okay. It might work. No, I don't like that lead. Put this here maybe. I might have a preset that might work. Let's just tune this. Was that tuned? Maybe that's why. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Hey, Polarity. How are you doing? Can you step through presets with automation? Good question. Let me see. What would be the easiest? I guess the easiest way to record that would be to read, write, and then flip. So let's just see. Wrong button. Let's go into thermal. Let's read, write automation. And then flip the preset. I guess that should write. If it's automatable, it should write that. But let's just see. Does it work? Ouch. What? Ouch. What thingy? Forgotten which preset we were on now. Sounded good. Psych Drive. That was the one. It was like somewhere like this, I think. No, I think I'm going to call it a day, folks. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I'll just let it play through once before heading out. Yeah, thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Thermal Duduk next time. Next time. I'll actually do, I'm definitely going to do a video on it and actually like piece it apart and like figure out each of those little sections because, yeah, the interface is good, but like the advanced thing is a little bit confusing. So I may do some stuff there, just like figuring all that stuff out. Showing you guys how it all works and all that stuff. So not I may do, like I'm definitely going to do videos on it. I actually love the plugin. It's funny, like when I started the video I was like kind of like undecided, but I've definitely decided now. Anyway, let me let it play through for you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed that. I will see you guys next time. Cheers.